guys. Just warming up the legs for now. Might take a little while to wake up after last night's gym session. Got another long one on the cards today. Gonna try and get my volcano badge at the same time. Morning, Martin. Yeah, definitely. Translates to outside. I'm doing exactly the same as I would. Do you mean outside in training or outside racing? Outside riding. Yeah, I do. The thing is, progression is a long thing. Like the benefits, like a lot of this zone 2 work, you have to do a lot of it, or it takes a long time to sort of get the rewards from it. Like interval training will get you fit quick, but this sort of stuff lays the foundations for then doing the intervals on top of, essentially. It's part of the process. It will allow me to get stronger in the future, essentially, but yeah, I am noticing a bit already from it. Yeah, Martin. If anything, my heart rate's usually lower outside. I use, morning Josh. I use the same power meter, well, it's a different power meter, but it's the same make and model. Morning King Stroyer. Because I have my race bike set up on the turbo and then my winter bike, they've both got the same make and model of power meter on them. So some people might use, say, their turbo indoors and then their power meter outside, so that might affect it. But yeah, my power is very similar indoors to outdoors for the same heart rate. If anything, it's a little bit, heart rate's usually a little bit higher indoors. Probably just the extra work my body's doing to keep cool inside, because you don't get as much cooling on the turbo. Depends what fans you have, but might also be because I don't know, it's not, the bike doesn't move as much under you. Might not quite be as natural. I don't know. I'd say probably heat is the main one. I get warmer indoors. Morning Phil, how are you doing this morning? Yeah, mine is that this morning, Josh. Or about that. It's about 3 or 4 degrees, I think. Hence why I'm wearing the long sleeve jersey. Yeah, all good, thanks Phil. Had a 5-hour ride yesterday and then gym in the evening. And then today I've got another 5 hours. I mean, still decently recovered according to my Whoop, so all's good. What are you up to today? So do I, Josh. I was even thinking about getting some knee warmers for the turbo, because I don't know, I feel like leg warmers, they'd be impossible to, well, you'd have to stop to get them off, whereas knee warmers, you might be able to sort of just move them a bit if you get too warm. Oh yes, that'd be awesome, Phil. Sounds good. About 2:02, Martin. Hello, Iniesta. Morning, Craig. Thank you. Got a long one today, so I'll be here a while. Five, Josh. 5. I'm not Martin, it's just what my heart rate goes to. Yeah, sure, Phil. I'm trying to get the volcano badge today, so I'll be going around here for a little while. Yeah, I'm zone 2 wattage today, but it depends what heart rate zones you look at. Because the Zwift heart rate zones are way out. I use a heart rate model based on max and threshold heart rate. Because like my max is 202, but doesn't necessarily mean my threshold heart rate is 190. My threshold heart rate's like 184. So my zone 2's on, that's set up in Training Peaks. I'll have a look. Yeah, my threshold heart rate is 185, so that gives me a zone 2 heart rate between 151 and 163 supposedly. So if you take that heart rate zone, I'm not even in zone 2 heart rate at the moment. And then my zone 2 power is between 190 and 257. Nice one, Josh. Good to see you getting the motivation back then. It's a tough one at the moment because, well, in the UK, because they're saying for exercise you should stay local. And if you want to go out for a decent bike ride, that's difficult. I'm not really sure what the consensus is at the moment on it. Don't know what you guys thought on that. Do you not like his voice, Craig? Do you like backward hat Dylan? Backwards hat Dylan. Here, he spices it up a bit. Well, Josh, heart rate covers such a smaller range than power does. I mean, like for instance, my max power is over 1,000 watts and my max heart rate is 200. So that number range is much smaller. So the heart rate is never going to perfectly correlate with the power because the steepness of the ramp will change across the power. So it's never going to be a perfect correlation. Yeah, I would, Martin. Definitely if you're trying to take it, definitely if you're serious about your training. It provides a lot more insights into your training. It also allows you to be more organised. You can plan everything more effectively. Obviously you can plan everything in an Excel document, but there's nothing wrong with that. But you can see your plan over a longer period and how it's going to affect your fitness. Max heart rate at 216. Blimey, Josh. I'm not sure what my highest ever was when I was younger, but I remember holding like 2:04 for like 5 minutes when I was younger. Yeah, there's a 40% off code with British Cycling, isn't there? I think that's it. $2.01 for 20 minutes, blimey. Crazy, that, right? Crazy. The problem is, at the moment, in this temperature, I'm always battling with like my core and head getting too warm, but my hands still being cold. Thank you, Martin. You too. Thanks for stopping by, Martin. Morning, Joe. How are you doing today? How do you feel? Yeah. Yeah, I've got some gloves here, but I mean, I'm not doing much at the moment. These ones are a bit big. I lose all dexterity with them. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking about even putting my fingerless gloves on, but I forgot to today. Rocking the lockdown haircut already. Got that done. Dad helped me out with it. Bit of a bodge, but never mind. I shaved it all off last time. About 40%, Joe. I turn it down a bit when I'm just doing long rides, just so I don't have to ratchet through the gears so much. And also, if I'm not concentrating, it's not as such sort of like a big change. So if I'm watching a movie or something, I don't have to suddenly, like, I don't suddenly hit 10% and I'm like, oh, and then change all down the gears. Yeah, unlucky Josh, missed out. Oh, you turn it right off, do you, Josh? Yeah, it depends what you want, Joe. 100% gives you the true experience of the hills, but sometimes gets a bit annoying, especially if you're doing a long time on the turbo and you're just changing through the gears all the time. Depends what you want. If you want realism, yeah, 100%, but I'm not that bothered. Just try and make it a little bit more comfortable for myself. Especially if I'm doing 5 hours, then 5 hours the next day, then 5 hours the next day. Morning, Chris. 53.25. Yeah, Joe, it also depends what gears you've got on your bike. Like, if you're running a 53 39 on the front, like on my road bike, like I've got 55 chainring and 56 on my TT bike, so if I'm on those bikes I turn it down, because if I'm trying to go uphill it's very difficult. And obviously I'd never take my TT bike up a 20% climb in real life. Exactly, Phil, you've hit the nail on the head there. It is a training tool. And like Josh running it on 0, that probably just means he can find a gear and a cadence that he likes and just sit at it, and that's a training tool, but whilst also still getting the entertainment from Zwift. I've been wearing the Whoop on the bicep a bit more recently, Phil. Yes and no, Joe. Not much else to do at the moment. I mean, ultimately this is what I want to do. I enjoy the process, and I don't always enjoy sitting here for 5 hours, but I enjoy the whole process, and that's why I've stuck at it for so long. I enjoy seeing what I can get out of my body, how fit I can get, and also the thought that a lot of my competition might not be able to sit for 5 hours on the turbo spurs me on a little bit. Yeah, good, Phil. It's definitely a lot more accurate. A lot of the time I'm not bothered about heart rate accuracy during the day, because I 202, Chris, 202, 203, something like that. Yeah, as I was saying, Phil, a lot of the time I'm not too bothered about heart rate accuracy during the day, because obviously I use my strap and other stuff, but the accuracy doesn't seem any different during the night though. But it is nice to sort of see it tracks perfectly compared to my chest strap on the bicep, and like it's nice to see the workout on Whoop like properly. But yeah, apart from that, it's not much different. I wouldn't say terribly. It was a lot more accurate during the gym though. What sort of split are you, Phil? Do you wear it on the wrist like 80% of the time and the bicep 20, or do you move it for certain things? Chris, my heart rate will be high for the first sort of 50 minutes. I reckon it will be its lowest at about an hour and 50 to 2 hours 30, around that time. It'll be its lowest, and then it will start to climb again towards the end. as in the heart rate that I'm riding at. I'll stay the same power, but my heart rate will start high, drop, and then start to climb again throughout the 5 hours. Are you always on the bicep, are you? No, I don't, Craig. I got the trial, but I haven't bought it yet. There are some interesting stuff on there, I know, but I haven't properly explored it yet, Craig. It's probably the next step I need to take. Do you use it yourself? Oh, we've got someone I follow there. Didn't see who it was. Yeah, I've used Golden Cheetah before, Phil. There's a thing in Golden Cheetah for aero testing called the Chung method, where you can do sort of your own aero testing. You need a speed sensor and basically the quietest road you could find with a downhill and an uphill, and basically you ride at the same power, up, down, up, down, up, down, lots of times. Then you make a change to your position and then you do the same thing again, and there's a it does some calculations for you, and it can tell you, estimate your CDA. Yeah, there's lots of things in Golden Cheetah. It's free as well, Craig. Yeah, you need, I think that's what I'd need to do. I need to watch a lot of lectures and webinars. I don't think so, Craig. That's the downside to it. You have to upload all your training into it. Josh will be able to tell you then. I think you have to upload all your files into Golden Cheetah. It's not online, it's a piece of software that you download and it's all on your computer, I think. Yeah, Phil's right. I thought so. I haven't used it for a few years. Alright, Phil, awesome. See you in about half an hour then. Yeah, I expect it is, Craig. It's like Training Peaks as well. Seems a bit alien at first, but once you know where everything is and how to do everything, it's easy. So it only sort of took you an hour of playing around to get used to it, did it? Tried to wing it. Yeah. I'm sure if you winged it for long enough, you'd start to figure out what things were, but the webinars would make it much easier. What's everyone's plans for today then? I think everyone can see what I'm doing for the best part of the day. All 50-minute webinars. Blimey. Josh, you on about Golden Cheetah or WKO? I think Craig's still on about WKO. Awesome, Josh. What's that in? Have you got live lectures for school or something? Or do you just get set work and have to complete it? Yeah, WKO is a little bit more in depth, Josh. It basically expands more on training peaks. Well, you got PE on your bike, haven't you? I believe so, Josh. Andrew Coggan came up with a lot of the fundamental training principles, so I wouldn't be surprised. What's everyone's thoughts and interpretations then on the new staying local rule for exercise? Because I saw yesterday, not naming names, but someone went out for a long ride and then got made private a few hours later, because government guidance says you should stay in your village, town or city where you live when exercising. Yeah, see Josh, like if I wanted to go and do 5 hours outside, like probably the majority of people would say that's taking the piss. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a short loop multiple times. And then it at least shows that I'm trying to stay local, doesn't it? It is, you're right, Josh. Quite ambiguous and open to interpretation as well. Morning, Tom. Good, thank you. How are you? What are you up to today? Yeah, that is the thing, Josh. Like, I'm not going to see any differing amount of people doing 1 hour or 4 hours. I won't be coming into contact with anyone on either of them, so I guess they're just trying to stop people travelling to sort of locations to then exercise where they then might meet other people. Is that part of school, Tom? Day after day, yes, Josh. Joe, sorry. In fact, once you sort of get past the 3 hour and then the 4 hour, the physiological adaptations are more critical. Sort of the further into it you get, then the more you do, the better. Like 2 hour, 3 hour, not much difference. 3 hour, 4 hour, a bit. 4 hour, 5 hour gets bigger, and especially when I'm trying to overload myself, Joe, I need to make sure I'm either upping the hours or the intensity, and at the moment it's the hours. Yes and no, Joe. It depends what sort of level you're at. Like someone at lower fitness, yes, it might be diminishing return, but for someone like me who a 3 hour ride isn't very taxing, like I could do 3 hours and the next day 3 hours again, and my body would probably be able to recover day on day. But once I start taking it up to 4 and 5, that's when I'm starting to get my overload. Like my body's got to a level of adaptation where 3 hours isn't much. But then for someone who maybe rides 4 or 5 hours a week, a 3 hour ride would probably be more than enough. But yeah, Joe, I'm training 20-25 hours a week at the moment, and I'll be going up to 25-30 in the next couple of weeks as well. I was thinking about doing laps of that, Gabriel. Ringsfield Road Race course. I got that as one lap that I could do. Cheers, Joe. Well, Joe, it depends what happens in 2021. At the moment, if road racing was to go ahead, I'd want to get my first license, first cat, and potentially elite, depending on how much I can get done. But also just to do well in long road races, national Bs, and hopefully some national As as well if I can get into them. I guess just expose myself as much as I can to high level teams as well. But then I've got a few personal sort of fitness goals as well. I want to be able to do 380 for 20 minutes. Hopefully, Joe, we'll have to see. I haven't got a lot of racing experience. That was the plan last year, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get much more this year, because I've always done mountain biking. I haven't done road racing that much. But yeah, I'd like to be able to do 380 for 20 minutes, and then 400 for 10 as well. They're sort of two goals. If I can do 380 for 20 though, 400 should be just I don't know, is that might be too easy for 10. We'll see. 6.4 I think. 6.5. I'll calculate it. It'll be a 6 watt per kilo FTP. 380 divided by 6.44 for 20 minutes. I did 6.2 this year for 20. We'll have to see though, Joe. I'm hoping with all this base work it will allow me to sort of get higher. But I won't do decent numbers at the moment, but that's not the point at the moment. I don't need to do them at the moment. I need to do them in 3 or 4 months' time, and there's a lot of work to be done between now and then to get me there. But the work that I'm doing at the moment is sort of setting the foundation to hopefully allow that. Gabriel, you said you had some questions, didn't you? feel free to fire away. That's what this ride's for. Ask anything you want. It does take more than just good numbers though, Joe. You could have the best numbers in the world, well, it's probably a bit of an exaggeration, but you could have better numbers than everyone else you're racing against, but if you're tactically rubbish and you're wasting all your energy, then it's not going to be much good. It was just, I just used to train 8 hours a week for quite a long time. Probably the best part of 2 or 3 years I only trained 8 hours a week, but I made sure that I was sort of pushing myself enough, but not always pushing myself loads. You need to give yourself time to recover as well. But if you're only training 8 hours a week, you want to make sure you're getting a decent amount of intensity in, probably 2 or 3 times a week. But it will take time, Gabriel. It's not like a overnight thing. You want to have a mixture of sort of high intensity sessions and low intensity sessions, and try and get in one long ride a week if you can squeeze it in. But yeah, Gabriel, I think I got to like a 5 kilo FTP off training 8 hours a week. I think it's very good, Joe. There are a lot of pros to it. There's a few cons to it. There's also mixed research on it. It's obviously a lot better for the planet, and based on what I've seen, I'm confident enough to say I would imagine it is better for you. I'm not 100% plant-based, but I do eat plant-based quite a lot. I probably only have meat once a week, if that. And I have plant-based milk, and I have a vegan protein and that sort of stuff. Morning, Henrik. How are you doing? But in terms of performance, Joe, there's research that shows that it can be better for your cardiovascular system, but there's also like a lot of fundamental research shows that you should have a good, balanced, healthy diet, and that includes meat as well. So it's an ongoing debate. Yeah, it's a difficult one. You want to make sure that you are getting your protein from a variety of sources, Joe, to make sure you're covering the whole make sure you're getting the whole amino acid profile in. So there's certain essential amino acids that your body can't produce, and often a lot of plant sources only have a few, whereas you've got leucine, valine, there's another type of leucine. There's quite a few amino acids, essential ones, that your body doesn't actually produce. And like say you have something like a pumpkin protein, you might only get one of them from that, and then peas might give you one other. So to get a complete amino acid profile, you need to make sure you're eating a wide sources of protein from plant-based. So, like the protein shake that I have has protein sources from pumpkin, flax, pea, quinoa, and one other. So it has a complete amino acid profile that way. Because you can get protein, but like meat nearly always has all of the essential amino acids in them. But the thing is with meat, like the animals have eaten certain things which has then produced that muscle, and then you're eating that. So it's almost like it's taking twice the amount of resources to eat what you're eating, whereas you could just get it straight from the source as well. Exactly, Joe. Exactly. Probably not Storm Rider. Sorry, Henrik, I need to get back to you first. Oh, what are you having done? Physical therapy for an injury? I'm good though, thank you. Just got another long day planned. Probably not Storm Rider. If you're able to get a wide variety of plant-based material in straight after a ride, then no, you probably don't need the protein powder. But the protein powders often are a more convenient way of getting them in straight away. Like today, if you're riding on the turbo and you can get straight off and have your food straight away, then yeah, go for it like that. But if you're at a race and you finish a race, unless you've prepared your meal and you've got it all ready and you can eat it cold, then that's good. But protein shakes can sometimes be convenient extra meals as well, like between meals, to make sure you're getting a good source of protein in all the time. I went through a phase of not having as much protein, but now I'm back at the gym. I'm having quite a lot, or back on the gym work. I'm not going to the gym because I can't, obviously. I've got some of the protein powder I have here actually. I can read it to you. So it's got pea protein, brown rice protein, pumpkin, seed, flaxseed, and quinoa. So it's got those 5 proteins sources in. Yeah, it probably is, Joe. That's what I would say. It's a lot more natural as well. The thing is, though, the argument becomes our bodies have somewhat adapted to eat meat, but right from our roots we probably were primarily plant eaters, but we've developed, and our evolutionary chain has allowed us to eat meat, so whether it's better or not, I don't know. Oh yeah, I think you mentioned, Henrik, I think I do remember. What sort of things are you doing to sort it, if you don't mind me asking? No worries, Storm Rider. It could be, Gabriel, it could be. A lot of the processes through cycling, though, are glycogen depletion and glycogen depletion, lactic acid removal, which produces waste products like heat and water. So a lot of it is simply just energy depletion. So carbohydrate makes up the majority of it. Depending on what intensity you're riding at, you might also switch from type 1 to type 2 muscle fibers, which then usually require what are associated with more stress development and then potentially muscle tearing. So protein should never be neglected, but it's not as essential for a cyclist as it would be for, say, a bodybuilder. But like a lot of them don't, or often restrict carbs, and need to make sure you're refueling for every session so that you can get the most out of every session, if you understand what I'm trying to say. Massage, calf strength training, muscle stretching. Awesome. So did you have a weak, was it both shins? Did you have a weak calf on one side, or were they weak so they needed strengthening? For me, sort of between 125 and 150. That's to you, Storm, by the way. It covers a big range because initially it might be low, like it's dropping now into the 130s. But then as my heart rate begins to decouple, it will then rise as I'm becoming more reliant on my type 2 muscle fibers. as my type 1 fibers starting to fatigue. So your heart rate can rise or fall depending on what energy systems you're utilizing as well. But with the amount of hours I'm doing at the moment, I'm trying to stick the heart rate as low as I can for as long as I can, basically. I'm trying to keep it low. Like my zone 2 power is between 195 and 250, and as you can see, I'm at the lower end of that, so hopefully my heart rate will stay low, and therefore I'm not so dependent on my type 2 fibers later into the ride, because it's inevitable that I will experience some anaerobic decoupling throughout the ride. But yeah, between like 125 and 150, maybe 155. Hey, there you are, Phil. Flying along, you got a boost. Alright. So you needed to do some strengthening of the calves to help shin splints. Cool. It's interesting how sometimes doing the exercise, like say you want to run, but doing running alone isn't enough to sustain your running, if you understand what I mean. Having to do supplementary work to keep the running comfortable. Cool, Phil, you're going to be a bit faster than me. You've got some fast wheels on there, whereas I've got the slowest in the game on. You might be on the front most of the time. Yeah, that's what I've read as well, Storm Rider. It seems that the higher in the range you go, the stimulus benefit or the fatigue outweighs the stimulus benefit that you get from it. So, especially if you're doing a lot of hours, doing higher power, the fatigue is far greater than the actual rewards you'll get from doing it, almost. It's been going well, thanks, Henrik. I found sort of week 2 of the 3-week build that I did last tough, and I thought, I didn't know if I was building too much, but then almost through week 3 and towards the end of week 3 I was feeling quite good, almost as in I could have kept going, but I thought, no, I need to take my recovery week, because I've got then now another subsequent 3 weeks to build, which I'm now doing week 1 of. Alright, awesome, Phil. And then you're doing a crit race after, are you? Well, it's good that you've found the problem, Henrik, and you're getting it sorted. That's the main thing. Potentially, Storm. I think the cardiovascular system will help carry you a bit, but a lot of the training development occurs at the cellular level in the muscle as well. And just because you've developed quads for cycling doesn't mean you'll have developed, or legs for cycling, you'll have developed legs for running. Obviously you'll have the blood volume and the cardiac output in the heart and the lung capacity. You'll have the engine in that sort of terms, but at the cellular level, the muscle fibers and the movement is significantly different for running. So you might not necessarily have the mitochondrial density or the muscle tissue or the muscle fiber development in the necessary areas for running, if you understand what I'm trying to say. It's still a cardiovascular activity, or mainly, but I would imagine it won't translate 100%. You might find your legs are fatiguing way before your engine is as such. Although saying that, your heart and lungs might still be working at their maximum capacity because you don't have the efficiency within the cell to do all the ATP transition and removing waste products from the cell and all that sort of thing. No, not at all, Gabriel. I sometimes find my knees ache a little bit after a while on the turbo. But no, 200 watts feels exactly the same, outside to inside. Probably not the whole time, Joe. I'll probably do my 25 laps and then I'll go and ride somewhere else. Oh, awesome, Storm Rider. Yeah, that'd be good. I will be probably racing towards the end of January, early February again, I reckon. I mean, do you use the same power source indoors and outdoors, Gabriel? It might be that they read slightly different. But a lot of people do often say the same thing, that power is harder indoors, whether that's because of the device they're using or whether they're just not used to pedaling all the time. Because whilst you're outdoors, if you coast down hills or coast round corners or stop at junctions or ease off the power going downhill and all that sort of thing, you might not be used to just putting out power all the time. Like if you go out for a 2-hour ride outside, are you only pedaling for an hour and 40 minutes of that? Whereas indoors, a 2-hour ride is 2 hours pedaling. So that could potentially be one reason, Gabriel. You're just not used to pedaling constantly. You might get lots of micro rests outdoors, which might make your perceived exertion lower. By race I mean ride. Alright, Storm. Yeah, you can join me for a ride whenever you want. If you're following me on Zwift, just hit ride with. I could always organise a meet-up if people wanted to ride, and if you're not able to do 3 to 4 watts per kilo for an hour or a couple of hours or whatever everyone wants to do, I can stick the ride with feature on so we all stay together no matter what power we do. No, Henrik, not unless you're doing the things like the world champs, or there used to be prize money for the Pro-Am invitational races, but at the moment no, it wouldn't be feasible. There's not prize money widespread enough. Although I wouldn't be surprised if in the future that changes. I've seen very recently as well turbo trainer companies coming on and sponsoring teams, giving equipment. So I think it is changing. So I wouldn't rule it out in the future, Henrik. Alright, fair enough, Jay. Yeah, we could always put the ride with feature on. Oh, you got a power meter on your bike, have you? Yeah, you just might not be used to riding outdoors as much as indoors. Like I said earlier, with all the micro rests outdoors, if you sort of coast down hills or that sort of thing, potentially that could be one factor. I remember a while back though, I couldn't do as much power on the turbo as I could outdoors, but just through progressively riding it more and getting better at it, I mean, a considerable amount of my riding hours are done on the turbo anyway, so that probably somewhat helps. Yeah, hopefully, Henrik. Some other esports have very big money, don't they? Like Fortnite and Formula 1. I use 3 second, Josh. I think I'm 3 second. I might not be 3 second actually, not at the moment. No, I'm instant at the moment. I prefer to run instant when I'm racing, so I can I don't know whether that actually affects how you race or not, but it means I can see my jumping power easier, and I see my peaks as well when I'm racing. Whereas if I have 3 second, I might miss. It will still record it, but I might not see it. Joe, I've got a Tax Bushido Smart. It's quite an old turbo. I use my power meter for power. Oh yeah, Josh. Lower intensity is less mentally taxing, definitely. Like yesterday, I did 5 hours on the turbo and just sat here and watched TV series the whole time. Like Zone 2 isn't, or shouldn't be, mentally taxing, whereas getting all your intervals done and that sort of thing can be quite mentally taxing. Yeah, potentially, Joe. You'll get that back though. A lot of that will be, it sounds silly, but if you stop training for 2 weeks, your blood volume will diminish. So you actually have less blood in your body. So less red blood cells to transmit all that oxygen. So that's probably what a lot of it will be. But that sort of thing will come back quickly. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest, Joe. There's an interesting article on the internet. I think Cycling Weekly did it. Well, it's like anything. Why do your cells change just by training them? If you don't train your cells, it's like your body only keeps it if it needs it, and if you're not giving the stimulus to your body, then your body doesn't need it anymore, so it's seen as a waste, so it gets rid of it. You don't have to necessarily hemorrhage to lose blood. It's converted. Your body changes all sorts of things. It converts oxygen to CO2, for instance. It changes insulin. It converts carbohydrate to glycogen. Perfect, Phil. You're much more knowledgeable than I am, so exactly. Your body's made up of something like 70% water, isn't it? No, that's not a silly question, Joe. Just need to sometimes just talking through it and thinking about it, you can work it out. But yeah, a reduction in blood volume is one of the first things to occur through detraining. I think I was saying Cycling Weekly did an article on all the processes that go on through the days and weeks after taking time off. So I think you can just Google detraining, cycling, detraining, Cycling Weekly, something like that, and you'll be able to see all the things that occur. Day 0. Let's have a look. Put your cycling shoes away, no exercise. By day 3, the losses at this stage are very small. If you have been training hard prior to day 0, after 3 days of rest, your cycling is now probably enhanced because of your drop in fatigue, I would imagine. Yeah, carbohydrate stores have replenished, muscle fibres which are damaged are fully repaired. Day 7, after a week of complete inactivity, changes begin to occur. For example, after 3 days, your blood volume can be reduced by 5 to 12%. So after 3 days, you might have 10% or a 10% reduction in blood volume. So that's potentially why your heart rate is higher if you've had time off, because your heart is having to pump more to get the same amount of blood around the body. After 6 days, your muscles become less efficient at soaking up glucose. This means during exercise you need to place more reliance on your muscle glycogen stores, and you become less efficient at building up those glycogen stores after exercise. Your muscles also become less efficient at coping with lactate accumulation. You won't be able to sustain quite the same exercise intensity. So yeah, week 2. Do you guys want me to carry on with the story, or do you get the picture? If you might have the article up. Ah, thanks, Matt. What is the best result on my Palmares? That's a good question. No idea. Most recently, I got 20th at the National Circuit Champs, and that was an awful ride as well, but I got 9th at Eddie Sowen's. It's not a very prestige, it's not a big race, but you often get a lot of big names turning up to it. I've won quite a few expert mountain bike races in my eastern region. I got 5th elite as well. I did a XC marathon in France last year, or the year before, I can't remember now. It wasn't last year, it was the year before. And to be honest, just to finish that was pretty epic. It was It was about 8 hours it took me. I think I finished like 90th, I think 8th under 23, something like that. Yeah, I won Ringsfield Road race, didn't I? It was only F34 though. It's nothing. I won that from a solo break, which was quite fun. Solo for about an hour. Bit colourful, isn't it, Matt? Do you guys get discomfort after an hour? What sort of discomfort do you mean? By the way you say you stuck a fan behind you, that makes me think sort of sweat discomfort. Is that what you mean, Craig? But yeah, the turbo can be more uncomfortable than outdoors. Yeah, probably not, Gabriel. Unless you need to recover from an injury or you're resetting at the end of the season. I wouldn't have more than I wouldn't have more than 3 days off at a time. Don't worry, Joe. You can sit back and listen to other people's questions. You've been in there a fair while, so I appreciate it. Yeah, Josh, that would be good. I would have liked to have done the National Under 23 championships, because I mean, in CTT, I think I was ranked 5th or 6th under 23 in the country. I was often getting 4th or 5th under 23 at the national events. I'll have you, Phil. Oh, you're turning around, are you? Oh no, that's someone else. Whereabouts are you? Well, there's lots of people I follow. Oh yeah, I see you. You're now coming around the bend, aren't you? I can turn around if you want, Phil. Yeah, Craig, I try and get out of the saddle quite often. I can turn around if you want, Phil. Doesn't bother me. Yeah, as I was saying, Craig, I try and get out of the saddle quite often. I find my knees ache a bit more especially further into the ride. I didn't notice it yesterday. Yeah, same, Josh. And yeah, Craig, I even sometimes do sort of 5 minutes at a time out of the saddle, especially the further I get into the ride. Yeah, you did, Joe. It's crazy. that was his style. That's what he found more comfortable. That's also how he could put out the most power. But there's an offset in aerodynamics as well. Oh, we got Ben Tulip coming behind us. Alpes and Phoenix rider. He's 19 or 20, I think. I'm surprised he hasn't been doing many of the cross races actually. I'm not sure if he's been injured or what. The whole thing, Phil. Bloody hell. Yeah, going back to what you were saying, Joe. There's a certain gradient where being out of the saddle probably doesn't have much of an effect, and I would imagine that's probably about, well, it would be a speed, but riding out of the saddle on the flat, you're going to be so much less aerodynamic that it's not going to be worth it. But probably anything like 8 to 10%, there's probably not much difference in it. What Cameron Mason is that, Josh? Favourite current World Tour rider? Pretty mainstream, but Chris Froome. Always has been, always will be. One second, guys. You okay? How's it going? You what? Are many people attending? Yeah. Good. Happy with how it's going? Internet being okay? Yeah. Is it? Yeah. But it's not too bad. Because I'm using the internet as well, but that's alright, yeah? Alright, cool. Alright. There we go, I'm back. Yeah, sorry Joe, I'm still at your question. I have other favourite riders as well. My favourite is Chris Froome and always will be. Just his story as well. I've read / listened to his biography or autobiography about 3 or 4 times now on Audible. Just, he's sort of like my idol from a young age, so I think he'll always be my favourite. He was what sort of developed my training as well, a lot of it, just listening to his book, seeing what he did when he was younger. There's no wonder why he's the phenomenal athlete he is today. Yeah, that's it, Joe. Climb. Right, I need to go back. Mason just signed. Yeah. Is that Cameron Mason, Josh? You're a Yenzi fan, are you? Phil? Yeah, don't blame me, he's a good guy. I also like Sagan. Although he's a bit of a feisty character, but sometimes need that to get where you want to get to. Who else do I really like? Mathieu van der Poel. Really like him. Wout van Aert as well. I like both of them. I like Pidcock. I really like Richie Port as well. I mean, I've heard that he's also a little bit of a feisty character. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But I was rooting for him at the Tour de France just because he's been plagued with so much bad luck, and he's wanted that for so long, and to get on the podium, that was phenomenal. Yeah, I don't know why Hershey's moved. That was surprising. I haven't actually read into it yet, I've just seen the news. But maybe he didn't get on with someone, or... Because are they now moving to Bianchi? I wouldn't be surprised if that could have affected it. Hi Ryan, how you doing? They're moving to Scott, are they? Okay. Maybe it wouldn't have such an impact because the foils are still very aero. I know Hershey's from that young breed of rider who is big into aerodynamics, and I don't know whether he would like the Bianchi as much. He might have had some fallout with some staff or something, I don't know. Yeah, probably UAE might have paid him a lot. Phil might be right. Yeah, bike exchange. I got some amino acids in my bottle today as well. Yeah, he did like the S5. He loved that giant computer as well. I'm not sure what the brand was, but that giant head unit, he could use it as like aero bars. What are you up to today, Ryan? Oh no, my webcam's frozen, isn't it? Oh, that's happened. Oh dear. Let's sort this out if I can. Alright. The usual. Nothing different, Ryan. 5 hours on the turbo. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this webcam sorted. Right, let's see if that works now. Hey, there we go. Right, it's working again. Right, let's turn it back on. Right, I'll get back. Oh, it's stopped again. Oh no, it hasn't. I don't know what it's doing. It's a bit laggy. You've got quite a lot of work to do today, Ryan. Oh yeah, I got back to you in 5 hours. Josh, I think most of the bikes are adjustable enough to get into their position that they need. They'll have enough stem, bar, saddle, frame size, seat post combo that they can play around with to get to what they need. The only thing, of course, is they'll have different saddle sponsors and that sort of thing. I don't know if he'll be allowed to do that, Joe. Don't know if bodging like that's allowed. Yeah, cheers, Ryan. Did 5 yesterday, got 5 today, and 5 tomorrow. Yeah, Josh is right, they're all integrated to that frame. The only thing with that, Joe, is you don't want your elbows coming out because of it, which will make you less aero. I might go outside tomorrow, Ryan, although we've just been having a conversation about staying local under our new guidance and what to do about 5 hours outdoors. Yeah, I'm tilted in a tiny bit, but not very much at all. Just a little bit, Josh. I more want to find bars with a longer reach, to be fair, so I can rest my arms more. Nine more laps of the volcano. Oh, cheers, Ryan. just getting it done. What work have you got, Ryan? Yeah, it needs to be comfortable, Joe, because there's no point in having a mad aggressive position if you can't hold it. Yeah, they're definitely interesting. Very expensive, I would imagine. I'm not sure if they're even mass producing them yet. Yeah, mine's low, but not long enough. I think I might even bring it up a little bit, but longer. I've got, the drop is more than enough, but it's the length that I don't have. Joe, I'm riding the Canyon, and then I'm running the Zwift safety wheels, so it's a bit of a mismatch. I got one of the fastest frames, or the fastest frame, with the slowest wheels. Phil, did you get any of those BCAAs in the end? Yeah, I had some today in my bottle. No worries, Ryan. You stay productive. I appreciate you coming in. So make sure you get your work done as well. It's important. Just having a look through Strava, seeing what the general consensus is, seeing if other people are doing long outdoor rides or not. I haven't seen many. Whether people just aren't uploading them or they're staying local or just Zwift. I did see a couple. But I don't want to do anything that's going to make people think that I'm breaking the rules or taking the piss or anything like that. As you said earlier, Gabriel, I think I might just do loops of the rings field. I've got another loop as well that I might do. I think I've got 8 laps left of the volcano now. Yeah, Phil, I said earlier I can turn around if you want. I don't know if you heard, but if you got a little challenge going, then you have you got yourself a group? Oh, there you are. Oh no, I'm somewhere else now. I see you. Oh, you're not far behind. There you are, 10 seconds. Are you? Oh, that's good then, Phil. Give you a little challenge. Yeah, I've been doing a little bit less power recently actually, I haven't been really watching. Nearly 2 hours down. Got a little way to go yet. Not quite halfway. Morning Samuel, how are you doing? I'm good, thanks. In for a long one today. What are you up to? Well, I feel I've got bad news. I'm in a group now, although it looks like they're turning off, so. No, they're turned off. I'm by myself again. Nearly time for snack too. My toes are a bit cold today in this freezing garage. $18 laps down. Is it 25 laps, the challenge? I think it is. This is probably during the ride when my heart rate will be its lowest now. Around the 2 hour mark. I don't know, Joe. I think I had breakfast quite close to the start of my ride, so I think my body's still doing a few other processes. Some of it will still be warming up. This is probably when I'm most efficient as well, I would imagine. Don't know why it falls at the 2 hour though. I remember Phil saying something actually, so he might be able to enlighten us about your body. Like, it's a bit of a shock to the system first, jumping on the bike and starting activity, and then like my body might starting to re-establish itself now, getting used to what it's got to do for the next few hours. Yeah, cortisol spike early on, yeah. Hi Kexo, 5 hours today, so 3 hours left. We got Phil chasing us down as well, he's 8 seconds behind now. It matters at every level, Gabriel. Do you mean what gradient? Because watt per kilo isn't the be all and end all. Racing tactics as well, but it's on the flat. It's a lot about watts and watts per CDA as well, not just watts per kilo. Especially the lighter you are and the smaller, the more watts you can do, the better. So a lot of younger riders, I don't get too caught up in watts per kilo whilst they're still growing. You really want to focus on your watts because your weight's still going to go up and you want it to. You want to grow to your full potential. So try and focus on watts if you're still young, would be my top tip. And focus on watts per kilo when you start growing. In a flat crit, no, not really. It will to a certain extent because your weight correlates to your size, but in a flat crit it's all about watts and watts per CDA, so your watt to coefficient of drag. So once you're moving, having extra weight makes no difference, except from accelerating and braking. Yeah, Joe, so that's where you might struggle because time trialing, crits, they're all about power to the coefficient of drag. So if you haven't got much power, then there's not a lot you can do but increase your power. I mean, watt per kilo will be to a certain extent, like I said, because your weight relates to your size. Someone who's bigger is likely to be heavier, but if they can get as aero as you and put out more watts, then if they can get as aero as you and put out the same watts, then you're going to be the loser, unfortunately, even if you have a higher watt per kilo. Yeah, exactly, Joe, that's the right mentality to have. My heart rate also spikes when I sit back, probably because I'm less efficient with a more open hip angle. But you'll see I'm doing less power and the heart rate's going up. So that really shows how you should train for that position and train in your position. Which axis is facing the wind? That's good to hear, Samuel. Final exam week, nearly done then. That's good to hear. I suppose that's a pretty big project then. Phil's just about caught us now. The sphere is typically a very un-aero shape though. I would imagine so, Joe, unless it rotates whilst it's flying through the air. If it's rotating, I would say a sphere is the most aero, but yeah, could you fill that up with water and put half a scoop of the red berry in there?
Yeah.
Thank you. In real life or on Zwift, Henrik? Well, I can answer both. In real life, not exactly. I'm just gonna see when the season opens up and what happens. Obviously I've got races I want to target, but whether they'll happen or go ahead, I don't know. I'd like to try and get into the National Road Series if I can. Although entry is going to be very fierce because everyone's eager to get racing, obviously. But thank you. And then Zwift races, just the ZTRL series probably. I'll be doing mainly. Road, Joe. That will be all road this year. I'll probably do some other race series on Zwift as well, leading up to my road racing. maybe use them as a bit of a tool to sharpen me up, depending on how I'm going, of course. I do enjoy mountain biking. I think, I don't know, I also really enjoy the road racing. I'm just not as good at the mountain biking. Yes, I have, Henrik. I did it not by itself. I did it at the end of a race. I'd say I preferred road though, Joe. I haven't done a lot of it enough to really get stuck into it properly though. I did it, I think it was either a 36 or a 38, something like that. I can't remember. I think I did like 5.8 up it. I raced through Titans Grove, then up the Epic Com, where we did like a 17 or an 18, and then went round the jungle, and then went up the Alp. Only second gear reel. Expert in mountain biking, second on the road. I was planning to upgrade that last year, but obviously that didn't happen. Yeah, but Joe, it's not all about numbers, and I haven't done the road racing either. I haven't had the chance to. I've only done one season of it, and that was 2 years ago, or 2 seasons ago now. A lot of these numbers I've developed have been in the last year and a half, so I haven't been able to race with it, if you understand what I'm trying to say. Samuel, I've had recovery weeks, but I've taken a break from the intensity because the weight training has been the intensity. The weight training is still going well. It's been disrupted somewhat from gyms closing and reopening and then closing again, but I've got some equipment at home, so I've mostly been able to continue it, and it's going well. It's hard to quantify the gains at the moment because I'm only doing low intensity. It's a difficult question, Henrik, because I've got good watt per kilo long to potentially make me a climber, but it's probably not much better than your general generic pro in the peloton, and nowhere near up to standard as the climbers are in the pro peloton. So, but that's probably my biggest strength. So if I was to improve everything at a similar standard, then, or if everything was to improve, then I would say yeah, potentially. But surprisingly, 1 minute power watt per kilo was is quite good as well, according to Training Peaks. So there might be other things that I might be good at. Phil, do you ever find your whoop set like I often don't set the activity to manually record. I just let it automatically do it. But for some reason my whoop has just sort of saved what I've just done as an activity, even though I'm still carrying on. Do you often have it do that, or ever do that? I normally have it do it when it's on the turbo and not out on the road, but I didn't know if it would do it because it's on the bicep today. Yeah, but my heart rate hasn't dropped below 130. I suppose maybe because it's dropped significantly from the 150 that it was at, but like 130 is still way above my baseline. I think I did like 310 for the last 50 minutes when I was by myself, Gabriel. 310, 315. Yeah, 310 watts I think I did. 315 for like 50 minutes when I was by myself. I can show you the power file from it if you want to see it. Yeah, long distance, yeah, I can imagine it does there. Because, Gabriel, there was a point where I also bridged to that guy who was up the road. And I think I did some relatively decent power there. Yeah, Henrik, it would be interesting to see. Sort of an uphill finish, a 1 minute. See how I'd go up there. Doing a prolonged period out of saddle at the moment. Just give my butt a bit of a rest. Cheers, Gabriel. Yeah, I think I averaged like 25 mile an hour, 26 mile an hour for that last 50 minutes as well by myself. What was the date of that race? I'll tell you an easy way to find out. I just got my Instagram. August 1st by the looks of it, or potentially a couple of days before. Greensfield road race was the 21st of July. No worries, Phil. Don't blame you. So yeah, Gabriel, if you want to know from that race, the start for the first half an hour I averaged 200 watts, and then when I bridged, and we had averaged 22 mile an hour, 22.5 from then, and then when I bridged to that guy who was up the road, I did 394. So basically, no, normal, yeah, 400 watts basically for 4 minutes. And then when I was with him, I averaged 276 for 22 minutes, and we averaged 41k an hour. And then my solo, I averaged 316 for 42k an hour. That's 42 in miles per hour. £26 miles an hour. So, and 316 for 45 minutes. So that's how it broke down. And that wasn't even on a aerodynamic bike, that was just a generic bike. On my trusty old Cube, which is now my winter bike. I had decent aero kit on and some decent wheels, which makes the biggest difference, but no fancy bike. Oh, Phil, no, absolutely. Well, halfway. Cheers, Gabriel. Yeah, like I was sitting in the peloton and it wasn't really moving very fast. At the end of the day, you got to have people willing to work to move it along, haven't you? And there was no one working to move it, so I thought I'd go to that guy and see if we could shift along a bit quicker. And we were working well, but then we got held up by a tractor, and because we didn't have more than 30 seconds, I think it was, they didn't neutralise it, and then the peloton was within viewing distance, and so that other guy gave up, but I carried on and just pushed solo. and then I think I ended up with a pretty substantial gap at the end. Yeah, Henrik, I got some 6-hour rides next week, and then some more 6 ones the day after. The week after, sorry. So yeah, I will be going more than I will be going more than 5, Henrik, but I'm progressively building up, so that's why I'm only doing 5-hour ones this week, and then I'll have a couple of 6-hour ones next week, and then the week after I think most of them are 6-hour rides. Oh, there's a race. Don't you be mean, Phil, and chase after them and leave me behind. What, just comfort-wise, Henrik? You'll build up, don't worry. This is... I never used to do this. This isn't something that I've just suddenly done. It's years of training. It's got me to it. Might be worth trying a different saddle or trying a different chamois as well. But yeah, you might just not be used to it. I wouldn't just jump straight into trying a different saddle. It's likely that if you're suffering from fatigue as well, then it's not just fatigue training. Obviously your body gets used to sitting on a saddle for that long as well over time. Yeah, that will help. That'll be a massive help, Henrik, depending on what your position's like at the moment. But that can also sort a lot of problems. No, Henrik, I've not had a bike fit before, which probably isn't great, but I've slowly changed my position over time, like to what I thought seemed better as I became more knowledgeable, I guess. I I took some spacers out, and that made me a bit lower, and my saddle's always sort of in the right height though, and I've always had a frame that sort of fit me as well. And I make sure I measure all my positions between my bikes so they're all the same as well, like in relation from the nose of my saddle to my bottom bracket is exactly the same on my race bike as to my winter bike. 24 laps done, got one more to go I think, and then might venture somewhere else. Yeah, I just found the most comfortable position, to be honest, Henrik, and then adjusted it slightly over time. Nothing drastic at any period of time either. It's been small changes over, well, small changes each time. Five foot 10 Gabriel, 178 centimeters. Yeah, it's a wheel on turbo, Joe. I've had it for about 5 years, I think. Done me well, done me well. No, not at all, Joe. It's a good turbo. It's probably one of the most expensive wheel-on ones you can get, or it was. Oh, excuse me. I think I got an oat in my throat on that last bar. No, I don't get any wheel slip. It's a decent turbo. I don't know why I don't get wheel slip. Yeah, that's probably it. I use a turbo specific tyre. I mean, I might get a little bit of slip when I sprint, but nothing major at all. Also, maybe having your tyre pressure a little bit lower might help. Just these. I'll have one every hour. They've got about 54 grams of carbs in them, so I have one of those an hour. Which is probably just about enough. just Nature Valley bars. They're good. They're oats and honey, so they're a good mixture of carbohydrate. I think I answered that question, Henrik, but yeah, I haven't done the PRL full yet, so I will get that done with one of my rides. It's a good idea. I think I should get the challenge this time. "25 laps, there we go. On fire. 2 hours 43 it took. Alright, did it, Gabriel? Cheers, Henrik. Yeah, there's lots of stuff they need to add like that, Henrik. Just making the UI more user-friendly. They can make the start screen so much more interactive as well. There's a lot they could do, to be honest. I have been, Craig. I'm a bit unsure at the moment about the whole stay local thing. Whether doing 5 hours outside is really acceptable or not, I don't know. But yeah, I have been doing a fair bit outside actually. Probably recently more outside than inside. Oh yeah, Henrik, I know. That's cool that she's doing that. It is like, it'd be nice to be able to see more data as well. Like if you hit menu, you can see your average power and your average heart rate, but like Zwift doesn't record you. If you've got like a more advanced power meter, it doesn't track your left-right balance, anything like that. So when I'm doing rides on Zwift, I can't get my left-right balance. Yeah, there's just lots of sort of small things as well that they could improve it quite a lot on. It does need a bit of an overhaul. A rotor 2 in power, Joe. I've also got a power tap rear hub as well. Oh no, Phil, I'm stuck behind this guy. There we go. I'm coming round. I think you might get away. It's difficult, Henrik. I think it'd really take a shift in movement to get all the people that have put the time and hours into Zwift to move. It'd be interesting to see if it did happen though, but to be honest, I don't think it will. Alright, awesome, Craig. Thanks for letting me know. I had the training Bible, or Training with Power, I can't remember what it was called. I've got that one. Gabriel, on my Cube is a 53. But Cube runs odd sizing, so they do 51, 53, 55. And my Cervelo is a 52. Maybe a tad small for me, but I got it off my brother for a very good deal, so I didn't want to miss out on the opportunity. I got a long stem on it and a high saddle though, or I got a lot of seat post out. Yeah, Craig, they're all coming down, aren't they? It is good to see. Thanks for the ride on Ratchet. There's been a lot of new power meters coming onto the market, and I think that's really driving the price down, which is good that they're becoming more accessible. Yeah, I think you're right, Henrik. There will be. I mean, there are some products that are already coming out. God, this bike is slow, Phil. Or these wheels are slow. There are already some products like RGT and RGT is probably the biggest. There was another cool one where you like almost rode the proper races. Yeah, Joe, just until Phil finishes, I think, which will be in about 5-10 minutes. I think the problem is it's going to be difficult for other companies as well, because Zwift have got a establishment now with the UCI and ASO potentially, I'm not sure. So they've almost secured the racing. Yeah, Ruby, that's another one. So it's going to be harder for Be Cool, yeah. It's going to be harder for other companies to break in and really steal the limelight from Zwift, almost. I know. I think they're putting quite a lot back into sort of reinvesting that into things like the Zwift Esports World Championships and that sort of thing. To try and maybe put on more events like that. They sort of released those extra roads a few weeks back just to sort of help keep the community quiet, I think. Yeah, it was free for a long time, Craig. I used it in beta. I got it in 2015. And there was a time period where beta users had it at a reduced price as well when the price came out. Alright, awesome, Phil. Been nice to ride with you. We've had a few groups nearly disrupt us, but I saw you waited back once, so thanks for that. Or twice, potentially. Yeah, it's interesting, Craig. I think the thing is, the market's not exactly saturated, but there's a lot of companies that are trying to do it, and Zwift kind of just about do it so well, but the app could be improved. But I don't think other apps might come along, or other games might come along with better UI, but are they going to get the fundamentals much better? Now I think RGT do, but I think a lot of people prefer the look of Zwift over RGT, and player base as well, but Zwift's already established. Yeah, similar here, Heinrich. We had the commentators on Eurosport commentating on it, which was good. Oh yeah, it has, Phil. It's been good. I appreciate it. I really do. Help time go by a bit more. I think I'll head off to some hills, because the distance is going to be quite extreme otherwise. I'll probably have a quick stop at hour 4, so in an hour's time. Just go to the toilet and maybe grab myself a few after 8s as well. Keep the morale high, refill the bottles, that sort of thing for the last hour. Sounds like a good idea, Phil. Legs up, nutrition in. I've got no gym this evening. I did gym last night, so when I finish I'm going to get some nutrition in, get the legs up, and double down on the recovery for tomorrow. Oh, are you? Oh, nice. Sprinting's going well, is it? Are you streaming your race later, Phil? If so, I'll tune in and watch. Do you think the gym's been helping, and now that you've done a bit of sprinting, that you've sort of utilised the gym work and transitioned it into the bike work? Is that why you think you've had some success with the sprinting? Oh yeah, everyone go and check Phil out. Go and check him out. He's going to be racing later, streaming it. Be a good watch. Nice work, Phil. Only one was for first place though. Have they been from groups like further back? Well, we'll all be coming, Phil. Coming to watch a sprint finish, see how it's done. Watching for the win. Cheers, Phil. Catch you in a bit. You'll probably still sit in my draft for a while because how slow my wheels are. I'm not sure at the moment, Gabriel. I'll stick some Zwift racing in for a bit of fun, but depends how this virus goes and when we'll actually be able to race. There's no point in peaking too early. I might aim to peak maybe like July, August, so I might hold back on the intensity for a little while longer. Not 100% sure yet though. Nice, Craig. Phil will be suffering later, hopefully. Yeah, it's difficult to judge, Gabriel. I'll probably do some, but not with any real structure or target as such. So probably just Zwift racing, to be honest. Now you say that, Craig, I can see it a bit actually. Thanks for all the likes on the stream as well, guys. 10 likes, 9 viewers. Appreciate that. You okay? Awesome, Craig. Thank you very much. I'll catch you later. Thanks for watching, I appreciate it. Alright, I'm back everyone. Nice to have a visit from someone occasionally. Stuck in the garage all by my... Well, I've got you guys as well, haven't I? I don't know, Joe. I like the new bypass road between the two comms. We'll probably head there now, actually. Not that that's a route, but favorite route to race is Richmond. I also like Harrogate Worlds as well. Both courses that suit me. They're probably my favourite actually, those two. Richmond or Harrogate. No, Samuel, I was just chatting. Had a visit from the family, so. Yeah, it is Joe, yeah. What gear am I in at the moment? I'm in a 36, probably 40, 36, 16 maybe. If not, I also sometimes go in the 52, 26. It depends on the resistance that your turbo applies as well. I'm cross-training a bit at the moment. Cross-chaining, sorry. But I'm now about to go uphill, hence why I'm in the 36. Gabriel, yeah, probably 54, depending on the course, or like, if it's a flat crit, I'd ideally run more than that, potentially a 55, if I can get it, in a Q ring. But like, if it's a hilly race, yeah, 53, 39. I need to buy some more chain rings this year, so I might get a 54, 39. Alright, cheers Phil. I'll catch you later. I'll come and watch your race as well, so thank you very much for today as well. Generally, yes, Martin, but not all the time. Like, for a while, my training didn't really increase in hours. There was a period, probably 2 or 3 years ago, to about 3 to 5 years ago, where I sort of just trained the same all the time and saw decent progression. Because the intensity was increasing, because I was pushing myself harder without developing the hours. But at the moment, I'm increasing, about 10% a week for 3 weeks, and then cut it in half for a week, and then build back up. Yes, it has recently. Like last year when I did it, I noticed a big jump in power in the summer. Base training doesn't directly give you an increase in power. It sort of sets the foundations for you then to work on top of, which then ultimately allows you to build more power. I wouldn't be surprised though if I do. I'm going to do an FTP test around the end of January, and I wouldn't be surprised if my power's not far off my best, even though I'm yet to build on top of it. We'll have to see though. But obviously at the moment I'm not probably going to do great in a Zwift race because I've not done any intensity. It's a balance. I'll probably still do well because I'm quite fit, but I wouldn't have done any of the sharpening up work, so I might not exactly have the top end that I would like to have to potentially like win the race or essentially, Martin, it depends what your goals are. If you've got the time to and you're not too fussed on getting into racing or anything like that, that could be potentially a good idea. But also, generally, it is best to still do some intensity. Like I'm mostly planning to get my intensity from gym at the moment. Like my heart rate goes quite high when I'm doing the gym, like into the 160s. But you kind of still want to do some intensity, ideally all year round. I wouldn't throw out all intensity for I wouldn't throw out all the intensity for 6 months, say. That's quite a long time to not do any intensity at all. A polarized approach is probably always the best approach to follow, so maybe 1 to 2 high intensity sessions a week could potentially be ideal Obviously it depends on your injury as well. Like if your injury has been exacerbated by the intensity, but then on the flip side, doing a lot of miles might bring the overuse injury back again, so you can get a good bang for your buck with the high intensity sessions, without all the volume which might bring the overuse injury. Gabriel, I might do, depends whether I do it indoors or not. Might be difficult to live stream it outdoors, but I'll see. If the weather's particularly bad when I plan to do it, I might do it indoors. I might do one outdoors and one indoors, so I might do a ramp test indoors and a 20-minute test outdoors. Martin, I can't remember if I've recommended him before, but sometimes doing your own planning is the best way to do it. If you've heard of a guy called Dylan Johnson, it might be best to watch a few of his videos. He shows you how to plan a training program depending on how many hours a week you've got to train. So it might be useful to check him out, because at the end of the day, a generic plan might not always best suit you, whereas if you know what you've done in the past and what you're targeting and what you want to do, having some informed or having some knowledge can help you to sort of tailor a plan better for yourself, if you understand. Yeah, Dylan Johnson, yeah. He's got probably 100 videos up with loads of useful information, all sorts. How to structure a training program over a whole year, how to do it week by week, all sorts. That's probably the best advice I'd give you. It's where I get a lot of my training knowledge from. He shows scientific studies to back up what he's saying as well. Cheers, Martin. No worries, no worries. Oh, thank you very much, Martin. I appreciate it. It's nice to be able to share information and help people out, so I do enjoy doing them. And it's nice to have a steady flow of conversation as well. That's the whole point of doing them. So it's nice to have enough people to watch over this sort of length of time as well. Keeps me entertained as well. Yeah, it's often the case, Gabriel. I've set some of my best numbers from this year though indoors, so I doubt there'd be much of a difference for me. If anything, it might be better indoors for me. I think probably the majority of people do get higher outside. The only difference for me inside and outside is my sprint power. My sprint power is way lower indoors, but sort of anything over 20-30 seconds, maybe 30 or 40 seconds, it's about the same indoors. It's just that real top power where I'm better outside. I would just do the ramp and the 20-minute. I'll do a 4-minute VO2 test as well, just to sort of get a good idea of what I need to work on next, whether my anaerobic ceiling is sufficiently high enough, or whether I need to bring my threshold up closer to my ceiling, or whether my ceiling needs to be pushed up a little bit. I've never done a ramp test before, so it'll be interesting to do one. Samuel, I would say the aciomas will be way more accurate than the tax trainer. I've never used the booster. 50-14. What are your aciomas saying? Yeah, Henry. It is easy for most of it. Hi Ryan, how you getting on? How's your work going? Good to see you back. You're having a short break, are you? Awesome, Ryan. Good to hear it's going alright. Good to have a break every now and again, isn't it? I'm going to have a break from this shortly. Going to stop at the 4-hour mark for a quick stop. Alright, so the axiomas are reading similar. No, Samuel, I'd say if you're using the axiomas as the power, then put the turbo on whatever resistance you want. If you're using the turbo for power, then you need to leave it on that resistance for it to be accurate. Because what Zwift will have done is they would have used a power meter with that turbo on that resistance, and then they'll be using the speed from the turbo to estimate the power you're putting out. So if you were to put the resistance on a different level, then the speed would be different, and therefore the power would be different. That's how they work it out. Alright, Josh, so you was reading higher than it should be then. No worries, Samuel. Happy to help out. Are the axiomas yours, Samuel? Because if they are, I'd recommend to use the axiomas, because then you'll have the same power source inside and outside. And you'll always then be training to the same numbers. Yeah, Samuel. So if you're using your aciomas for power, it doesn't matter what resistance you put your trainer on. Put it on what helps you race effectively or ride. Because obviously if you've got different gear ratios on the bike, like if you had mountain bike gears, just for instance, like a 32, like 40, then you'll just spin that, or you'll spin that out, won't you? So you need more resistance. No worries, Samuel. Glad you've got it sorted. It's good to hear. Probably about 3 years ago, Gabriel. I went through phases where I planned it and then sort of just rode, and then planned it and then rode, but consistently the last 2 years probably. Depends which heart rate zones you're looking at, Henrik. What are they based off? Are they based off your max or your threshold? Because well, there's a lot of heart rate zones that I think are a bit out. But according to my Training Peaks heart rate threshold heart rate zones, yeah, mine falls lower in zone 1 at the moment. Like, I'm riding zone 2 power but zone 1 heart rate. Hey! Cheers, Lord. Good to see you. No worries. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, see, 80% of your max heart rate. That's quite high. And that's why I would imagine your zone 2 heart rate. Hi, Ryan Byron. I would imagine your zone 2 heart rate probably falls quite a lot lower than that. Or when you're riding zone 2 power, your heart rate will be out of that range, I would imagine. King's Troy, yes, I have had knee pain. Quite bad knee, well, not bad knee pain, but consistent knee pain earlier in the year. Mine was as a result of having a weak glute, and basically I was very quad dominant on that leg. And it was putting a lot of excess force through my knee, specifically my vastus medialis, my VMO, which is the muscle that runs on the inside of your knee, or to the top of the inside of your knee. That was putting a lot of pressure through my knee, and it was also causing my knee to cave in on the downstroke as well. I had to strengthen my right glute through gym work, and just over a period of time my right glute got stronger, was recruited more when I was cycling, and then therefore my VMO actually got smaller over time, and sort of, because it was always enlarged on my right knee, never really thought much of it. And then yeah, the knee pain just slowly went. Carried on riding, and it slowly went. Alright, Ryan, thank you. Yeah, they might not then, Henrik. They probably don't cross-correlate very well, actually. For the reasons I sort of said earlier about still using your legs, but it's actually quite a different sort of movement as well. Thanks for stopping by, Ryan. See you later. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate that. Good luck with your work as well. Should we go up the Alp for the last hour? Not sure if I'll make it actually to the top, because it will probably take me 20 minutes to get there. 20 minutes, half an hour actually. And it'll take 50 minutes up, I would imagine. Awesome, Kingstraw. Well, obviously every knee pain is individual and you might not have the same issue, but knee pain often comes as a result of some muscle imbalance somewhere else. Unless you've got something seriously wrong with your bike fit, the knee is just such a complex joint that issues elsewhere can be sort of pronounced at the knee. The knee can be the area where the pain is reflected, even though the knee might not actually be the cause of it. If you understand what I'm trying to say. If your knee, like if you've got imbalances somewhere else, they can then cause pain at the knee. Alright, cool, Kingstraw. Is it both knees or just one knee you get the pain in? Is it just your left or right as well? We've got T. Podlogar at the top of the leaderboard. Just left. So yeah, potentially could be a weakness in your glute. And then too much force, you're too quad dominant making up for it. And therefore you're then experiencing a lot of force over the knee joint. And your patella might not be sliding smoothly over the knee joint. Oh, hello Ruben. How are you doing? Good day to you. Yeah, I'll catch in the back end. Still got an hour and 10 minutes to go. Or an hour and 12. But yeah, you are somewhat catching the back end. No worries though. It's nice to have a constant flow of different people coming and going to chat to. So it's nice. I appreciate you jumping by. Oh, nice. Hour of zone 2, cool. And now got points race tonight. Awesome. Phil's racing tonight as well. Phil joined me earlier for 2 hours. Seaside sprint should be good. I'm taking a break in 10 minutes just to let you know, Ruben. Just a short one. Yeah, Phil Bridge, yeah. Just to stretch the legs, because I've been pedaling for nearly 4 hours straight. Refill the bottles and go to the toilet and whatnot. It'll only be 5-10 minutes, but what time is your race, Ruben? Central Eastern Time, 8 o'clock. Nice. You got a bit of time to get ready for it then. Yeah, 8 o'clock's quite late to race, isn't it? About 40%, Henrik. Just so that I'm not so aggressive with the gear changes. No, it's not, Ruben. Yeah, crashing yourself that late and then trying to go to sleep. Not the easiest. Just making it up as I go, Ruben. I did 25 laps around the jungle, and now I'm just sort of riding here, there and everywhere. Thinking about going up the Alp for the final hour. Not sure yet though. Might go around the jungle. I don't like just riding around on the flat and getting massive distance in, because it's quite unrealistic how fast you ride on Zwift sometimes. So I wanted to come and do some hills, just so that just so I'm not ending up doing 200 kilometers, because I was riding around the volcano. Sorry, did I say jungle? I meant volcano. 25 laps of the volcano. But I was going around there, and like at 2.5 hours I was at like 100 kilometers, so, or 94 I think, and I thought, bloody, I'm going to end up doing 200k here, which just seems like silly unrealistic. That'd be averaging like 22 mile an hour, 23 mile an hour. Yeah, you're right. Groups really take you along as well, don't they? So, yeah, just mixing it up a bit, doing some hills, and if I go around the jungle as well, that will slow me down. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not quite accurate. You don't brake for corners, you don't stop for traffic. We have the smoothest roads in the world on Zwift. That was how it was calculated. They did some rolling resistance calculations, or they found the rolling resistance coefficients on the Zwift sort of in the program, and it was set at, like, I can't remember what it was set at, but they were the equivalent of rolling on brand new tarmac with like the fastest tubeless tyres available, and ideal scenarios. That guy's dragging his turbo along. He must be strong. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like the Alp to Zwift. It's supposed to be a replica of the real one, but the times on Zwift are much faster than in real life, aren't they? It's also the ideal efficiency on Zwift, because the power, unless you're using a trainer for the power, but often using a crank-based power meter, not all those watts are transferred to the road in real life, are they? Because they'll go through drivetrain losses and all sorts, whereas on Zwift, oh yeah, it's a good idea, Ruben. Right guys, I'm just going to get into the jungle and then I'm going to have a 5-minute pause, go and refill my bottles and whatnot. Alright, I'm going to stop here. Alright Ruben, I'll be back in, and everyone else, I'll be back in a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes, and I'll check the numbers when you come back, or when I come back. Right everyone, I'm back. Got some morale boosting snacks as well. Been stuck for about 5 minutes, I think. So we'll get back going now. $14.24 and $12.54. Yeah, that's quite a lot higher, isn't it? On for 299 and 289. I mean, on an individual day, it might be best to test it a few times. Obviously, riding Run 2 a few times isn't ideal. Well, on different days, but I like the wind. You might have had a headwind or up it. So sort of just like one singular day maybe isn't the best way to look at it. So I've got an after 8 to have. That'd be nice. I've got a Freddo caramel. Definitely not the optimum nutrition, but gotta get through these 5 hours somehow. Got another after 8 to have, and that's the last one I got. I'll have that one now. 3 minutes into the hour and I've already had both my after 8s. Got a hydration tab in my bottle this time as well. I've had BCAAs up to now. One water and one BCAA. Now to a hydration tab and then water in the other. How many times have you done Von 2, Ruben? One more, Freddo. Do you think I'll make it up out to Zwift by the end? I've got 54 minutes. Three and a half watts per kilo. That takes like 50 minutes, doesn't it? 3.5 watts per kilo. I'm back warm enough again. Heart rate's starting to decouple now, up into the 150s. Also might be because I'm out of the saddle as well. Hey, Henrik. I think so. I think it will take me about 50-55 minutes potentially. I don't know. 3.5 watts per kilo. I think that's about 55 minutes, 50 minutes, something like that, isn't it? I can't remember. I haven't done it in a while. Yeah, probably. I reckon about on time, we'll see. Yeah, 50 minutes left. Hopefully about right. We'll see. I appreciate the company, Henrik. I think you've been here nearly the whole time. I would have thought Ruben would know the answer whether I'll make it in time. There is a chart somewhere which will tell you how long it will take at a certain watt per kilo. Exactly the same, Joe. 200 watts is 200 watts. I've got enough gears to keep the cadence similar if I want to. Like it feels a little bit rougher on the turbo, like the gradient doesn't feel as natural when I'm riding on a really high gradient, because the turbo train is sort of like fighting the wheel a little bit, and you can feel that, but as in effort wise, no, it feels exactly the same. Awesome, Henrik. Nice to have some company. Makes it go a lot quicker for me, so I appreciate it. I appreciate all the questions as well, everyone. Makes it much easier for me. Can really see my heart rate starting to rise now. That's the aerobic decoupling. Yeah, I think 3 is is 60 minutes, so yeah, 5.1 for sub 40. I think I did 5.6, 5.7 for like a 36 or something. Yeah, I do, Gabriel. I listen to music whilst riding. Sometimes listen to podcasts as well. Aerobic decoupling. That is, so you have effectively two thresholds. You have your aerobic threshold, or your FTP, which it is generally known as, where lactate is being generated faster than your body can clear it, hence why you can only operate at that for a certain amount of time. You also have a lower threshold, which is usually around zone 2, zone 3, and that's where lactate starts to ramp up in generation, but your body's clearing it quicker than it's generating. Now, my power's not changing, so I'm not going into that threshold, so I'm not generating more lactate, but what is happening is my body is becoming less efficient at clearing the waste products, so heat and water, and I still will be producing a little bit of lactate. And at lower powers, you rely on your type 1 muscle fibers. Now, these are the muscle fibers that are critical in removing lactate when you're operating at a higher intensity. Hence why I'm doing the base training. I'm developing my type 1 fibers. Now, what I'm telling you here, I'm pretty sure I'm getting it all right, but I might be a little bit out. But generally it is sort of, I have read it and I can kind of remember what I'm saying, but I might not be bang on with everything, just to let you know. But your type 1 fibers are critical for clearing lactate. So your type 2 fibers are the ones that you use at higher intensity, but if you haven't sufficiently developed your type 1 fibers, then your type 2 fibers that can then essentially be bottlenecked, because your type 1 fibers aren't clearing all the lactate that your type 2 are generating, if you understand what I'm trying to say. That's a very simplified way of doing it. So basically what's occurring now is my type 1 fibers are starting to fatigue, and I'm relying more on my type 2 fibers to help generate the power, and I'm starting to transition energy system, and that can often be indicated by aerobic decoupling. Basically my efficiency is dropping, and this is now where I'm starting to train and get the stimulus onto my type 1 fibers. Like earlier you said, Joe, is there any difference between a 3-hour and a 4-hour ride? Well, for me, 3 hours isn't enough to get the correct stimulus for my type 1 fibers. They're not being stressed enough, but now that I'm starting to decouple, you can see that they are. Now, I haven't done enough research or I don't have enough knowledge to know, is now the time to stop, or do I want to push through the decoupling to get more stimulus? I'm not quite sure on that, so that's something that I could read up on more. Should you push through decoupling? Do you know that sort of stuff, Ruben? Does that sound about right? I think you said sounds right, but look up Peter Altia, The Drive, episode 85, if this stuff interests you. Okay, cool. I will give that a look up. But yeah, I think I was sort of on the right marks. I might have been using some wrong terminology, and you might not specific, like your type 1, your slow twitch muscle fibers probably have more use than just clearing lactate and operating at low intensity, but they probably have lots of other roles as well, but it's generally what it might be. There's also other reasons for decoupling. You could be dehydrating as well, which might be partially due to it. So could come back to what we talked about earlier, Joe, about if you're dehydrated, you effectively might have a small reduction in blood saturation, so it might not be, your heart might have to be pumping harder because you're more dehydrated. Also nutrition, what you've eaten. Like I've just had some chocolate as well, I've had some sugar, can spike the heart rate. So there are other things as well, but as you saw earlier, as I said, 2.5 hours, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, my heart rate was down at 130s, low 130. Yeah, I don't know, Ruben. I don't know what's the most effective. Once you've hit the decoupling, is that sufficient stimulus for them? I mean, it's a balance as well, because that's not the only system you're trying to train, obviously. I'm also working on my aerobic endurance, which is probably partly indicated by decoupling. I use it, yeah, and I think you're right there, Ruben. It might not necessarily mean for you to stop or carry on, but maybe a metric to track. I often find though decoupling sometimes happens, and then for no reason the next day it might not happen at all, and I haven't quite figured out why. I could do. It nearly always happens on the turbo. It's only outdoors it sometimes doesn't happen. Hi Zach. Erg mode, isn't that sort of, I mean, I've got trainer, my smart trainer is connected and it is changing gradient, but I'm not running a workout, so it's not, isn't erg where it changes to the power that you need to produce, but it is changing to the gradient but not the power. Yeah, okay, so 35 more mins. I'm feeling better now than I was an hour ago. I mean, I had a quick stop, a couple of after eights and a Freddo, so that gave me a boost, I think. Yeah, you're right, Ruben. It's a good way to track. It's probably a good idea to sort of track that metric at the same time in your training cycle as well. So like maybe at the end of a rest week each time, so if you do a 4-hour wide at the end of every rest week, so you're sort of testing it at similar times in your cycles. Oh, cheers, Zach. I'm trying to stick it at the same power, but it might also be the power meter. Like some power meters are spikier. I'm using my power meter Not my trainer. Yeah, 5. 5 today. I was thinking about starting at 8 o'clock next time, just so I'm done by 1, and then I've got a little bit longer in the afternoon to relax. I don't know, it doesn't really make much difference because I've not got a lot else to do at the moment. Just train and recover. Not too bad, Zach. I feel better now than I did at 3.5 hours. So I did 4 hours straight, and then I had a stop at 4 hours for 5-10 minutes. Went to the toilet, refilled my bottles, got some morale boosting snacks as well, so a Freddo and some after eights. And now I'm feeling better than I did earlier, so yeah, I'm not feeling too bad actually. Yeah, Henrik, it has. We're in full lockdown in the UK. So ordered to stay at home and only stay local if you go for exercise, which is open to interpretation, but at the moment doing 5 hours outside and staying local isn't the easiest thing to do unless I do just lots of loops of a small lap, hence why I'm doing a bit more on the turbo, so I don't attract any unwanted attention. I am thinking about going outside maybe tomorrow. We're doing 10 laps of a 10-mile loop, I think, just sort of near my house, because the guidance says that you should stay inside, stay in your village, town or city where you live. So it's a little bit difficult if you're trying to get in a 5-hour ride. Oh, they're doing this. They're considering the same, are they, Henrik? Yeah, unfortunately, my pub closed on Christmas Eve. Well, Boxing Day. Christmas Eve was our last day, though. Ruben, that would take forever. I don't have any hills where I live. It'd take me probably 25 hours. Yeah, Henrik, so I haven't been at work since Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve was my last day because we were put into tier 4. So in the UK they were doing a tiered system to try and stop a full-scale lockdown, but unfortunately with the new strain it's got a bit of out of control, so they put the whole country now into lockdown, and they've made it a bit stricter about travelling. You can't travel for exercise, so yeah, and you're only allowed out once a day, that sort of thing. Yeah, we are lucky to have Zwift, aren't we, Zach? I did 5 hours on here yesterday, and then same again today, so hence why I might go outside tomorrow. Hey Steve, how you doing? Nice to see you here. Yeah, but what's the altitude gain on that? Probably only 15-20 feet, maybe 10 meters, isn't it? So I have to do it 8 hours, No, I'd have to do it 800 times. Yeah, not far now, Josh. Can't take Hal's com though, can I, Steve? Has Hal still got the com or not? I definitely get local legend. Yeah, potentially, Josh, I'll see. Yeah, Gabriel, probably no more mentally tough than 5 hours on here though. Sometimes what it takes though. Hello? Yes, it is, yeah. Alright, I'm back. Just had a phone call. Working very hard from home. 1.5%. Is that the average? What's the I thought he retired Pinarello, has he? 1.5. Just had a quick look whilst working very hard. I bet you are. I bet you are. Working harder than me. Alright, fair enough, Zach. To be fair, a lot of the roads around here aren't more, the views are just farmland. Has he got a new bike then, or is he just not cycling anymore? He was on Zwift the other day actually, I think he was. Surely it can't be any more retired than your Giant though, Steve. That's exactly what I just said. Have you ridden it since I sorted the tyres for you? Yeah, they are pretty bad. I've had a few punches recently. Glass and all sorts. Really need some mud guards, Steve. Otherwise you'll get absolutely covered. I'm glad I've still got the cube, so I can send it down those lanes for a battering. Yeah, 10-mile lap, yeah, it'd be good. Yeah. Yeah, because you're allowed to exercise with one other person, aren't you? So you went for a walk the other day, or was it today? Or yesterday? I hope your mum doesn't think I spend too much time playing games and not actually training. Just sit indoors on a video game all my life now, don't I? I've only just noticed that the green points on my jersey match the green screen pretty well, so you can see through me. Oh, awesome. Getting a 5k in. Knees been alright recently? Five, 6,000, Henrik. I'm eating a lot whilst I'm on the bike. I mean, how many has one of these got? I mean, they've got 54 grams of carbs in them. Oh no, sorry, two of them have got 27 grams of carbs, so not really enough, to be honest. Have they? 42 grams. Yeah, the packet has 200 calories. I mean, I've had 4 of them, so that's 800 calories there. Yeah, no, I got it wrong. It was 2 times, but there's 2 in there, but I was thinking it was for 1. It's 27 grams of carbs. Yeah, 54 gram of carb bar would be a lot. I'll have a lot of carbohydrates when I finish this ride. But yeah, it's something that I need to be conscious of. Make sure I get enough in, because I am burning 4,000 to 5,000 just on the bike. And so probably add the rest of the day. That's probably at least 5,000 a day. I do need to be conscious of it, because I don't want to be losing weight. I need to make sure that I'm refueling enough, that I'm also providing my body with enough energy to produce the adaptations as well. Oh yeah, it's the ankle, yeah. Oh, you're listening to the knee discussion earlier, were you? Cool. Yeah, I had problems with my knee this year, and it was took a little bit of time to get on top of it. The right one is made of glass. Is it all right for a 5k run then, or is it does it sort of hurt after a certain amount of time? I'm not sure I'm going to make it up here by the 5 hours. Actually, I've still got 4k to go. Yeah, Henrik. Yeah, it is a balance. Just make sure you're not feeling too hungry. Yeah, sometimes you lose it even without noticing it, especially if you're training a lot. Like, I've noticed I was losing weight even though I was trying to pack in a lot of calories, but try and make sure you get it from good sources as well. Like, eating tooth Freddos probably isn't the best thing, but I'm not too bothered about my weight at the moment. But try and make sure you get your calories from decent carbohydrates and healthy fats as well, so, and not just all from chocolate and that sort of thing. Yeah, Ruben, I'm trying to eat during my workouts as well, so that I don't have to eat, or so that I'm not finishing the workout underfueled, so that then I'm not in a calorie deficit as such. Indeed, Steve. I've been using resistance bands recently as well. It's incredible what combinations you can use resistance bands in as well, like doing other compound movements. You can add resistance bands in to sort of help make sure stabilizing muscle groups are more activated and that sort of thing. It is interesting. Yeah, recruiting and strengthening other muscle groups, yeah. I found that as well. Used a lot resistance bands a lot when for my glute strengthening. yeah, I do, Ruben. It's interesting though that, like, something that I played around with as well, whether to cut back on your recovery, how much to cut back on your days off, especially if you've got a 5-hour day the next day. Like, you don't want to cut back so much on your recovery day because you need to make sure you're fueled for the next day when you've got the big training day. Yeah, Henrik, I'm similar. I dropped some weight before Christmas, but I put a little bit back on at the moment, but it's not the end of the world. Some variation will always occur. You'll never always be losing weight, and need to remember that it's going to be ups and downs. As long as the general trend is down, then that's the main thing. Overpronation. Alright. Yeah. I guess the more you run, then the worse it progressively gets. Is it something that's always gonna hamper you a bit then? 9 more minutes. 9 more minutes. Alright, fair enough. Hopefully it's not... Are you able to sort of manage it yourself at home then, or... I mean, obviously it's difficult to know exactly what to do, but... have you got enough stuff at home to do it yourself with the right information? Yeah, it's leveled out. It's sort of sitting at low 150s now, isn't it? It could be a combination of decoupling and also having that chocolate. You would have thought though, like the decoupling would be a continuous process. I'm not sure. Well, it wouldn't be, because it wouldn't just keep rising and rising and rising. But it has stabilised a bit now. Yeah, you're probably right, Ruben. Here's how. 2K elevation. Yeah, I came for some elevation just to slow the average down. Didn't you go on Zwift yesterday? How? Going out on it on Friday. How far are you planning to do? Yeah, it gets the heart rate, gets the stimulus from the heart rate. working very high without the leg fatigue. Is that sort of what you're meaning at, Ruben? A bit like Tabata would, keeping the heart rate high but dropping the power in between the efforts. Alright, lucky I didn't give you kudos then. It's definitely a good training tool. 10 out of 10 would recommend. I think I've got enough hours on here to recommend it. I know it is Henrik, isn't it? This won't be the most effective way to reach level 50 though. Getting the distance in is the best way to level up quick, so doing flat, fast rides. My dad's level 50. He loves Zwift though. But he's a pro. Yeah, he's fast, Ruben. I can't say no, because he'll tell me off. He's good for his age. I thought I might get told off if I stopped at the 5th hour. He is regional champion, is he? Yeah, Ruben, my dad's similar age, similar power. I think his target was to get a 4 watt per kilo FTP. 300 watts for 20 minutes is his target. I think he's 4.1, 4.2 actually, because he has been racing in the A cat, or he's A. He is A on Zwift. He's podiumed at the XC national champs. No, not national. Potentially at the national champs, but in the national mountain bike series, he's get lots of podiums. So he's up there in the national standards. Yeah. Yeah, he's similar. When I do my street spy, we watch it, he supports all my racing, so he watches me race on YouTube. Yeah, you don't need much more strength than to get out of a chair to ride 400 watts, do you? It's just having about the cardiac engine to push those legs continuously at 400 watts. Right, there we go everyone. That is me sufficiently done for today. I appreciate everyone who's been here for the whole time, and everyone who's come and gone as well. Thank you very much for joining. Makes my ride much more enjoyable, and it goes a hell of a lot quicker as well, so I really appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Nice to chat, and I haven't decided what I'll do tomorrow, whether I'm inside or outside yet, but I'll see. Thanks Samuel, thanks King Destroyer. Cheers guys, enjoy the rest of your day everyone as well. Thank you very much. I'll catch you in the next one. Thanks Zach. See you later. Oh well, I'll have a quick look. There's probably not much to see, but 208 average, 142 average. You can see the 25 laps around the volcano that I did. Still going around it. And then around the mountain and up the Alp. Yeah, so you can see the heart rate was in the 140s at the start, and then down in the low 130s, even the 120s at some points, and then say maybe around potentially hour 2, that looks like hour 3 sorry, starts to rise, and then hour 4 it's a fair bit higher. 188 TSS, similar to yesterday. But yeah, thank you very much. That's alright, no worries Gabriel, thanks for sticking around for the whole thing. Cheers guys, see you later. More efficient analysis. Yeah, they sometimes last 20 minutes, don't they? Just a quick one. Well, not much to report really, just 200 watts the whole time. But, thank you very much for watching. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Thank you.